Welcome to Restful Tales, your doorway to peaceful dreams. Like, share, comment, and subscribe to keep the stories alive. Sweet dreams awaits. Let's begin the story. Story number 1: The Missing Child. No one in Willowbrook liked to talk about the anniversary. It wasn't the kind of town where people openly spoke of strange things, even though strange things had been happening for as long as anyone could remember. The streets were neat, the lawns well trimmed, and the shop windows always polished. Children rode their bikes in tight, silent groups, and mothers called them home before the streetlights flickered on. The anniversary came every spring, when the air was warm enough to carry the faint scent of wildflowers and something sharper, harder to name. This year it fell on a Tuesday. By noon, the ribbons were up, faded pink strips tied to the lampposts and draped over the iron fence around the square. They fluttered weakly in the breeze, like ghosts of past celebrations. Mrs. Harper, who ran the bakery, had hung a sign in her window that read, "Closed for family obligations." The butcher followed suit, and by 4 o'clock, the streets were almost empty. It was always like this on the anniversary. At exactly 7, the church bells rang. 7 chimes, slow and deliberate. Behind closed doors, families gathered around their dining tables, waiting for the sound they dreaded most. The laughter always started the same way. It was faint at first, a soft, breathless giggle that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. By the 3rd chime, it grew louder, bubbling up like a stream rushing over stones. Some said it sounded happy, like a child playing hide and seek. Others swore it was mocking, a high, cruel sound that sent shivers down their spines. By the 7th chime, it was gone. This year, it was the Turners' turn. The Turners had lived in Willowbrook for nearly 6 years. They moved there from the city, looking for peace and a good place to raise their son, Peter. They'd heard about the anniversary from their neighbors, but like most outsiders, they thought it was just an old town superstition. It wasn't until their 5th year, when the ribbons appeared on their front porch, that they realized it wasn't a joke. "Why, yes," Ellen Turner had whispered to her husband, Mark, as they stood on their porch staring at the pink ribbon tied to their mailbox. Mark didn't have an answer. By tradition, the chosen family didn't refuse. They didn't leave town and they didn't ask questions. They simply accepted it. On the evening of the anniversary, Ellen set the table with trembling hands. She placed 3 plates and 3 glasses, as she always did. Then, after a long pause, she set a 4th place, smaller than the others, at the head of the table. "Do we have to?" Peter asked, his small voice breaking the heavy silence. "Yes," Ellen said, her voice sharper than she intended. She softened it with a forced smile. "It's just for tonight, sweetheart. Go wash your hands." Peter didn't argue, but his steps were slow as he left the room. Mark sat in his usual chair, staring at the empty seat across from him. "Maybe it won't happen," he said quietly. "Maybe this year's different." "It always happens," Ellen replied, not looking at him. The first sign came just after the church bells. It was a faint rustling, like a breeze moving through the room, though the windows were closed. The candles on the table flickered. Peter, sitting stiffly in his chair, gasped, "Mom, the seat!" Ellen shushed him quickly, her eyes darting to the empty chair. It was rocking slowly, back and forth, as if someone had just settled into it. Eat, she said firmly, placing her fork to her lips with shaking hands. The laughter came next. It was soft at first, barely louder than a breath, but it grew quickly. It wasn't the kind of laughter that made you smile. It was sharp, like glass breaking, and it filled the room. Peter dropped his fork with a clatter. I don't like this, he whimpered. Ellen reached for his hand, but before she could, the glass in front of the empty chair tipped over, spilling water across the table. It's just for tonight, she said again, her voice hollow. The night passed in fragments of sound and silence. Footsteps creaked up and down the hall. Soft giggles echoed from the corners of the room, and Peter cried himself to sleep in Ellen's arms. By dawn, the house was still. Ellen and Mark carried Peter to bed, his small frame trembling even in sleep. When they returned to the dining room, the empty chair was gone. It's over, Mark said, his voice filled with relief. But Ellen wasn't so sure. For weeks after the anniversary, Peter spoke of a friend who visited him at night. He said she had dark hair and a blue dress, and she liked to play games. She says she used to live here, Peter told Ellen one afternoon. Who? Ellen asked, her voice tight. Peter just smiled. The missing girl. Ellen didn't sleep that night. The laughter, faint and cruel, returned with the dawn. Story number 2, The Housekeeper's Legacy. The house stood at the edge of the forest, its dark stone walls cloaked in ivy that seemed to grow thicker the closer one looked. It had been empty for years, or so the townsfolk said, though no one could quite recall a time when it had ever truly been lived in. Martha Pierce arrived first. She stood on the wide, creaking porch and peered through the warped glass of the front door. Inside, the air felt heavy, damp with a peculiar stillness. She wrinkled her nose and adjusted her scarf. It's perfect, David had said when they found the listing online. All it needs is a little love. Martha wasn't so sure. The housekeeper arrived an hour later. Her name was Mrs. Renshaw. She was tall and thin, with skin like old parchment and a voice that scratched like brittle leaves. She greeted them without warmth and wasted no time on pleasantries. You'll find, she said, stepping inside as if she owned the place, that the house has its ways. By the end of the first week, Martha wanted to leave. The house was colder than it had any right to be, even with the fire roaring in the great stone hearth. Doors creaked open and closed on their own, and the faint smell of damp earth clung to every room, no matter how many windows she opened. Mrs. Renshaw was no comfort. She appeared every morning at dawn, sweeping in with her long skirts and her sharp eyes. She worked silently, her bony hands scrubbing and polishing as if the house might crumble without her constant attention. One morning, Martha dared to ask, "Why do you still come here? Surely you don't need the work." Mrs. Renshaw paused, her fingers tightening around the rag she was holding. "I have my reasons," she said. Then, after a moment, "The house needs tending. It's not like other places." "What do you mean?" Mrs. Renshaw looked at her, her pale eyes gleaming. "It's alive, Mrs. Pierce. You'll see soon enough." The rules were simple at first. Don't leave the windows open after dark, Mrs. Renshaw instructed one evening as the sun dipped below the horizon. And always light the candles in the front hall before midnight. David thought it was charming. She's old-fashioned, he said, laughing as he lit the candles with a match. Probably just trying to keep the drafts out. But Martha noticed other things. The strange way Mrs. Renshaw whispered to the walls as she dusted. The way the floorboards groaned as if they were listening. The way the shadows seemed to stretch and shift when no one was looking. Doesn't it feel wrong? Martha asked David one night as they lay in bed. It's just an old house, he said, his voice muffled by sleep. They all feel like this. The first rule they broke was the window. It was an accident. Martha had been airing out the guest room and forgot to close the latch. That night, the wind howled louder than it ever had, rattling the glass and shaking the doors in their frames. In the morning, the room was covered in dirt. Black streaks ran down the walls, and the curtains hung in tatters. Mrs. Renshaw said nothing as she cleaned, but her silence was heavy with reproach. The house doesn't forgive easily, she said at last. The second rule they broke was the candles. David had fallen asleep on the couch, and Martha had forgotten to check the time. When the clock struck midnight, the house seemed to sigh, a long, low sound that vibrated through the floorboards. Martha woke David in a panic. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. But he didn't, and by morning the sound was gone. Mrs. Renshaw arrived later than usual, her face pale and drawn. "You didn't light them," she said, her voice trembling. "I'm sorry," Martha said, though she didn't know why. "Be careful, Mrs. Pierce," Mrs. Renshaw warned. "The house is patient, but only to a point." The last rule was unspoken, but Martha knew when they broke it. David had gone to the cellar despite Mrs. Renshaw's quiet insistence that nothing good ever comes from the cellar. He came back pale and shaking, refusing to tell Martha what he had seen. That night the house changed. The walls seemed to close in, the air thick with a choking stillness. The shadows moved, long fingers creeping across the floor. In the kitchen, the sound of whispering filled the air, though no one was there. "We have to leave," Martha said, clutching David's arm. But the house wouldn't let them. By morning, Mrs. Renshaw was gone. The front door wouldn't open, no matter how hard they pulled. The windows showed only darkness, even as the sun rose. In the dining room, the table was set for 3. David wouldn't eat, but Martha couldn't stop herself. The food was warm and rich, though she couldn't say what it was. When the sun set, the whispering returned, louder this time, and somewhere deep within the house, something laughed. By the time the townsfolk came looking for them, the house was empty again. "Never lasts long," one of them muttered, shaking their head. Inside, the air was cold and damp, and the table was set for 3. In the corner, Mrs. Renshaw's rag lay folded neatly, waiting for the next family. Story number 3, The Neighbor's Chair. The first thing anyone noticed about Mrs. Palmer was the chair. It was a deep, weathered wood with wide armrests and a high back, painted a faded green that peeled slightly at the edges. It sat on her porch, facing the street, rocking gently even when the air was still. "She's always in that chair," Claire said to her husband, Mark, one afternoon. They had moved into the neighborhood 2 months ago, and from their kitchen window, Claire had a perfect view of Mrs. Palmer's porch. Mark barely glanced up from his paper. Old people love rocking chairs, but it wasn't just that. Mrs. Palmer didn't just sit in the chair, she lived in it. From morning until the street lights flickered on, she was there, wrapped in a faded shawl no matter the weather, her face turned toward the road. She didn't wave or nod to the neighbors who passed by. She barely seemed to blink. "She never gets up," Claire whispered one evening. "Not even to go inside." Mark shrugged. Maybe she has help. But Claire had never seen anyone visit Mrs. Palmer, and she'd never seen anyone on the porch besides her and that chair. The day Mrs. Palmer disappeared was overcast and unusually quiet. Claire noticed it immediately. The porch looked wrong without the familiar silhouette in the rocking chair. The empty space gnawed at her as she watched from the window, the house across the street looming dark and still. By the afternoon, curiosity got the better of her. Claire crossed the street and knocked on the door. The sound echoed faintly, but no one answered. She peeked through the window beside the door. The house was dim, the furniture covered in pale sheets that sagged under layers of dust. "She's gone," Claire said when Mark came home. "Maybe she moved," he said, but Claire could tell he didn't believe it. The chair remained on the porch, empty but still rocking. The first time the chair appeared, Claire thought it was a prank. It was in their backyard, near the old oak tree. The same faded green, the same peeling paint. It rocked steadily in the breeze, though the air was still. "Very funny," she muttered, dragging it to the curb for the garbage truck. But the next morning it was back. This time it was on their front porch, perfectly centered under the window. Claire's chest tightened as she stared at it. "Mark," she called, her voice trembling. He came to the door, groggy and annoyed. "It's just a chair," he said, hauling it down the steps and into the garage. But by nightfall it was back on the porch, rocking softly. For days the chair seemed to follow them. It showed up in the kitchen one morning, the faint smell of damp wood filling the air. Another time, it was in their bedroom, creaking softly as if someone had just left it. Mark tried everything, locking it in the shed, chopping it into pieces, even burning it. But each time, it reappeared, whole and untouched. "We should move," Claire whispered one night, clutching the edge of the bed. "Don't be ridiculous," Mark replied, though his voice lacked conviction. The chair's appearances grew more unsettling. One morning, Claire found it in the hallway outside Peter's room. Their son, barely 5, stared at it with wide eyes. "She was sitting there," he said. "Who?" Claire asked, her heart pounding. "The lady," Peter said simply. "She smiled at me." By the end of the month, Claire couldn't sleep. The faint creak of the rocking chair echoed through the house at all hours. She began avoiding the windows, unwilling to look outside and see it waiting on the porch. One night, as she lay awake, she heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, heavy on the floorboards. Mark stirred beside her. "What's that?" Claire didn't answer. She couldn't. The footsteps grew louder, closer, until they stopped just outside the bedroom door. The chair was rocking again. When the neighbors finally checked on the house, they found it empty. Claire and Mark were gone, though the car was still in the driveway, and the doors were locked from the inside. The only thing left was the chair, sitting in the middle of the living room, rocking steadily in the silence. Some say the chair still moves from house to house, looking for someone new. And if you see it on your porch one morning, rocking softly in the breeze, don't sit in it. Story number 4. The Forgotten Village. The road stretched endlessly ahead, a ribbon of faded asphalt bordered by dense, whispering trees. Alice stared out the window, her chin resting in her hand, while her husband, Tom, gripped the wheel and hummed along to the faint crackle of the radio. "Do you think we're lost?" she asked. Tom glanced at the GPS, which displayed a blank screen. "We're not lost," he said, though his voice was tight. In the back seat, their daughter, Lily, leaned forward. "I'm hungry," she whined. Alice sighed. "We'll find something soon." As if summoned by her words, a break in the trees revealed a small, sunlit valley. Nestled at its heart was a quaint little town, its rooftops gleaming in the afternoon light. "That wasn't on the map," Tom muttered, slowing the car. "Maybe they have food," Alice said. The town was picture perfect, like something from a postcard. Narrow cobblestone streets wound between brightly painted houses, and flower boxes overflowed with blossoms in impossible shades of red and yellow. As they drove into the square, a group of villagers turned to greet them, their faces lighting up with smiles that were too wide, too eager. "Welcome," called an older man in a crisp white shirt and suspenders. "We don't get many visitors here." Tom parked the car and the family climbed out. The villagers surrounded them, offering handshakes and introductions. "This is Millfield," the older man said. "We're always happy to welcome new faces." Alice glanced around. Everything about the town felt perfect, too perfect. The villagers insisted on showing them around. There was the bakery with its rows of golden loaves, the general store stocked with neat rows of canned goods, and the schoolhouse with its bright red door. Everywhere they went, people waved and smiled. By the time the sun dipped below the hills, the family was seated at a long table in the town square, sharing a meal with the villagers. "This place is amazing," Tom said, helping himself to another slice of pie. Alice nodded, though she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The villagers were kind, too kind, and their eyes lingered a little too long. When they were shown to their guest house, a cozy little cottage with a flowered quilt on the bed, Alice whispered to Tom, "We should leave in the morning." "Why?" he asked, already half asleep. "I don't know," she said. "Something doesn't feel right." The next morning, they awoke to the sound of church bells ringing. The day unfolded just as it had the one before. The same villagers greeted them with the same bright smiles. The baker handed Lily a cookie, just as he had the day before. By noon, Alice's unease had turned to dread. "It's like a movie on repeat," she said. "Everything is exactly the same." Tom frowned. "Maybe they just have a routine." Alice shook her head. "No, It's more than that. That night, she stayed awake, listening to the silence. Around midnight, she heard footsteps outside the window. She crept to the curtains and peeked out. A line of villagers marched through the square, their faces blank, their movements stiff. At the center of the group was the older man who had welcomed them, carrying a lantern that cast eerie shadows on the cobblestones. Alice's breath caught in her throat as she watched them disappear into the woods. "What are you doing?" Tom whispered, startling her. "Something's wrong here," she said. The next day, Alice refused to go along with the villagers' cheerful routine. "I'm staying here," she told Tom. He sighed but didn't argue, taking Lily with him to explore the schoolhouse again. Alone in the cottage, Alice began to notice the cracks. The wallpaper peeled in corners where it had looked pristine the day before. The flowers in the base were slightly wilted. And then there was the clock. It was stuck at 6:15, its second hand jerking in place. When Tom and Lily returned, Alice was frantic. "We need to leave," she said, grabbing their bags. "But why?" Tom asked. "Because this place isn't real," she shouted. Tom hesitated, but the fear in her voice convinced him. They loaded the car in silence and drove out of town as the sun set. The road wound through the forest, darker and darker, until Alice began to think they'd never escape. But finally, the trees parted, and they found themselves on the open highway. Days later, Alice searched online for any mention of Millfield. There was nothing. She stared at the screen, her fingers trembling. "Maybe it doesn't exist," Tom said. Alice shook her head. She could still hear the cheerful voices, see the perfect smiles. And sometimes, in the quiet of the night, she thought she could hear church bells ringing. Story number 5. The Festival of Silence. Lena had always dreamed of leaving the noise behind. The constant hum of the city had become unbearable. The traffic, the voices, the endless buzz of people and machines. It felt as though the city itself was alive, constantly breathing over her shoulder, never allowing a moment of quiet. When she found the small town of Eldridge, nestled between hills and forests, she knew it was perfect. The streets were narrow and cobbled, the houses built of stone and wood, and the only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the chirping of birds. "I need this," Lena told herself, as she unpacked her art supplies in the small cottage she had rented. She had come to Eldridge for inspiration, to find a new voice, a new life for her art. The quiet was a gift she hadn't realized she needed so desperately. It didn't take long for Lena to notice something odd about the town. At first, it seemed charming, almost idyllic. The people were friendly, if a little distant, and the days passed slowly, comfortably. But then the whispers began. It started when the baker, an old woman named Mrs. Carter, handed Lena her morning loaf of bread. "The festival's coming," she said, her voice low and hushed. Lena smiled, not understanding. "Festival?" Mrs. Carter's eyes narrowed slightly, her lips twitching in a way that might have been a smile. "Yes, it's a special time for Eldridge." The next day, the town square began to fill with preparations. Bright banners were hung between the lampposts, and lanterns were strung across the streets. A large stage was set up in the center of town, and the usual hum of activity seemed to quiet, replaced by hushed whispers and furtive glances. Lena wandered through the market, observing the townspeople. There was something in the air, something thick, heavy, and unspoken. "Are you excited for the festival?" a man asked her, his voice too loud in the otherwise quiet atmosphere. Lena smiled, unsure of what to say. "I guess," she answered. The man's face twitched, a flicker of something unsettling passing over his features. He didn't speak again but walked away quickly, glancing over his shoulder. The day of the festival arrived, and Lena found herself more intrigued than ever. She was invited to join the celebration in the town square, but something about the way the invitation was extended made her hesitate. The moment she stepped into the square, she felt it, an overwhelming silence. The townspeople were there, standing in clusters, their faces impassive, their eyes trained on the ground. Not a single word was spoken. The only sound was the wind through the trees and the rustling of leaves underfoot. Lena stood frozen, feeling the weight of the silence settle on her chest. "Why isn't anyone speaking?" she whispered to herself. A man stepped forward from the crowd, a tall, thin figure dressed in dark clothes. His face was unreadable. "The festival begins when the bell tolls," he said, his voice barely audible. Lena blinked, confused. "Festival? But why? Why no talking?" The man didn't answer. He turned and moved to the center of the square, where a large bell hung. When it rang, the entire town knelt in unison. The silence stretched long, thick like smoke. Lena felt the urge to speak, to ask, to break the silence, but the weight of the unspoken rule held her back. She stood there, feeling like an intruder in a place that had long since learned the art of quiet. Hours passed, but no one spoke. The air seemed to grow heavier with each tick of the clock. That night, Lena couldn't sleep. The silence felt suffocating, as though the town itself had swallowed every word, every sound, leaving only the heavy presence of something far darker. She couldn't stay in her cottage any longer. She needed to leave, to break free of the town's strange grip. But when she stepped out into the street, the silence hit her like a wall. The moon was bright above, but there was no sound, not even the usual night sounds of crickets or owls. And then she saw it, a figure standing at the edge of the square, watching her. It was the man from earlier, the one who had told her the festival was beginning. His eyes were fixed on her, unblinking, unfeeling. Lena opened her mouth to ask what was going on, but as soon as the words left her lips, she felt it. The shift, the heaviness. The man's eyes narrowed, and he nodded once. Lena didn't know what was happening, but she felt it. The oppressive weight of the silence folding over her like a cold blanket. "Don't speak again," the man said, though his voice was barely above a whisper. The next morning, Lena found the town unchanged. The festival was over, but the silence remained, hanging in the air like a thick fog. She went to the bakery to buy bread, but when she stepped inside, the woman behind the counter only stared at her with wide eyes, her lips tightly pressed together. It was as if the town had absorbed her transgression, and now it was taking its revenge. Lena realized then that the punishment for breaking the silence wasn't physical. It was something deeper, something more insidious. She tried to speak, but no sound came from her mouth. The air around her seemed to tighten, closing off her voice. She ran through the streets, her throat aching, but every time she opened her mouth, there was nothing. The town had claimed her voice, just as it claimed the others before her. And every year, when the festival came again, the silence would grow thicker, swallowing more and more, and Lena would never speak again. Story number 6, The Library of Shadows. Anna had always found something comforting about libraries. The quiet, the rows of books waiting to be explored, the feeling of being surrounded by history. It was all soothing in a way nothing else could be. When she first came to the small town of Rillington, she thought it would be the perfect place to write her thesis on the local history. The town itself seemed stuck in time, with its old stone houses and narrow streets. The library, however, felt different. It was a decaying building, tucked away at the edge of town. The sign above the door was chipped and faded, the wood beneath it warped by years of weather. But when Anna stepped inside, she felt something pull her in. The musty smell of old paper and the soft creak of the floorboards beneath her feet was strangely welcoming. The librarian, a woman named Mrs. Morrow, was an odd character. Her long white hair pulled back tightly and her glasses perched at the end of her nose. She didn't speak much, but Anna soon learned that the library was far more than just a place for books. "There's history here," Mrs. Morrow had said one afternoon, her voice barely a whisper. "History that's not meant to be found." Anna, intrigued, spent hours each day sifting through the town's records, hoping to piece together the forgotten history of Rillington. Most of the documents were unremarkable, but as the days passed, Anna began to feel a strange pull toward a section at the back of the library, a section that seemed to be hidden from view. One evening, as the sun set and the library grew quieter, Anna ventured deeper into the back of the building. Her fingers brushed against a worn bookshelf, and the wood groaned under her touch. To her surprise, the shelf shifted, revealing a narrow door behind it. She hesitated for a moment, her heart racing in her chest, but curiosity won out, and she pushed the door open. Inside, the room was dark, the only light coming from the fading sun outside. The shelves were filled with dusty journals, their leather bindings cracked and worn. As she stepped inside, the air grew colder, the weight of the room pressing down on her. Each journal seemed to tell a story, stories of the townsfolk, of their lives, their fears, their darkest secrets. Anna pulled one from the shelf and opened it to the first page. The writing was neat, almost meticulous, as if each word had been carefully chosen. The year was 1783, and the shadows in Rillington grew longer. The further she read, the more she realized that the journals didn't just record history, they predicted the future. Each entry described events that had already occurred in the town, but more chillingly, they began to describe her own life. The first journal she found had been written by a man named Samuel Greaves, a local farmer from the 18th century. It spoke of a dark secret, a hidden curse that plagued the town. And as Anna read, she realized that the curse was tied to the library itself. Every entry grew darker, more sinister. The people of Rillington had been trying to protect something, or perhaps someone. The words became frantic, almost desperate. They spoke of a person who would come, a historian, a researcher who would uncover the truth. She will find the room, the journal read. But it is the room that will find her first. Anna's breath caught in her throat. She turned the page, her fingers trembling. The journal spoke of death, of those who had come before her, all of them meeting their end in strange, unexplainable ways. The same warning appeared in every journal she read. By the time Anna found the last journal, the air in the room had grown impossibly cold. The writing on the pages was almost illegible. The ink smeared as if the author had written in haste. She will come, it said, and when she does, the library will take her. Anna closed the journal, her hands shaking. She turned to leave, but as she did, the door slammed shut behind her. The room grew darker, and she felt a strange pressure in the air, as if something was watching her. She tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. Panic rose in her chest as she frantically searched for another way out, but there was nothing. Only the shelves, the books, the unblinking eyes of the journals. And then she heard it, the sound of footsteps. Anna spun around, but there was no one there. The room seemed to grow smaller, the shadows creeping closer. She could feel her heart pounding in her chest, each beat like a drum in the silence. The journals whispered to her, their voices soft but insistent. You shouldn't have come. The next morning, the library was quiet as usual. Mrs. Morrow stood behind the counter, her eyes downcast. Anna hadn't returned to her cottage the night before, and no one knew where she was. When a few of the townspeople came in to check on her, Mrs. Morrow simply nodded toward the back of the library. There are some things in Rillington that should remain forgotten, she said quietly. Anna's disappearance became just another dark chapter in the town's long history, one that would eventually be written in another journal. And the library, as always, waited for the next curious soul to find its secrets, to uncover what was never meant to be known. And each time the library took its toll. Story number 7, The Old Innkeeper. The small inn sat at the edge of a quiet, forgotten village. It was the kind of place travelers came across only when they had no other choice. Out of the way, a bit too far from the main road, but always welcoming with its warm lights and the promise of shelter for the night. It wasn't the first time Thomas and Eleanor had stumbled upon such an inn. The kind of place with creaking floors, the scent of wood burning in the hearth, and the soft murmur of people who'd spent far too many nights away from home. But there was something strange about this inn. It wasn't the worn furniture or the dust in the corners of the rooms. It wasn't the way the walls seemed to close in on you in the narrow hallways. It was the innkeeper. She was an old woman, bent with age, her face like a map of the years she had lived. Her hands were gnarled, her eyes cloudy but sharp in a way that made Thomas uncomfortable. "Are you looking for a place to rest?" she had asked in a voice that was soft, but too low, as though she was speaking from the depths of some distant memory. They were tired, their journey having taken longer than expected. and they gladly accepted. She led them up to a small room on the second floor. The bed was made, the fire crackling softly in the hearth. "It's a quiet night tonight," she said, her voice trailing off as she motioned toward the window. "But remember this, never open the window at night." Thomas and Eleanor exchanged a glance. The room was warm, and the night outside was quiet, peaceful even. The windows were large, with heavy curtains drawn tight, and the thought of opening them never even occurred to either of them. But the old woman's warning stayed with them. As evening settled in and the light from the fire flickered against the walls, Eleanor found herself staring at the window. The dark silhouette of the trees outside was almost mesmerizing, the way they swayed gently in the wind. The more she thought about it, the more the idea of opening the window nagged at her. Thomas had already settled in, his book resting on his lap. He didn't notice her getting up from the chair, moving toward the curtains. "You're not serious, are you?" he asked without looking up, his voice full of warning, though he had no idea what he was warning against. Eleanor hesitated. She said not to open it at night. But why? The night seemed so still. The air would be cool. But Thomas didn't reply. He didn't want to argue over something as trivial as a window. The innkeeper was an odd one, certainly, but people like that were often just old, superstitious folk who were too attached to their customs. Against his better judgment, Eleanor reached for the curtains. The fabric felt heavy in her hands as she pulled them back, revealing the window. The air outside seemed still, untouched by the usual sounds of the village. When she slowly turned the latch and lifted the window, the night air rushed in. A cold, damp wind that made her shiver. She looked outside, feeling an odd thrill. But as she stared into the blackness beyond the trees, something shifted. A shadow moved too fast, too close. Eleanor gasped and jerked back, slamming the window shut with a sharp clang. Her heart was pounding. "What is it?" Thomas asked, his voice sharp now, alert. But when Eleanor turned to answer him, she was speechless. Something was wrong. She couldn't explain it, but the room felt different. The shadows from the window seemed to stretch across the walls, darker than before, as though the night had taken something from them. She pulled the curtains closed, trying to calm herself. The rest of the night passed in an uneasy silence. Both of them slept fitfully, the stillness of the inn pressing down on them like a weight. The sounds of the night, what little there were, seemed muffled, distant. The next morning, the old innkeeper greeted them with a soft smile, but there was something unreadable in her gaze. She didn't ask about the night's events, but as they were leaving, she spoke once more, her voice barely audible. "I told you not to open the window," she said softly. "The windows keep things out, or in." The couple didn't understand what she meant at first. The ride out of the village was quiet, the roads deserted. As they made their way back onto the main road, Eleanor looked back at the inn, now receding into the distance. And in the brief moment before it disappeared completely, she saw it. The window of their room wide open, the curtains fluttering in the wind. Story number 8, The Peculiar Doll. Emma had never been a girl to make friends easily. At 8 years old, she was quiet, reserved, and often spent her time alone in her room, surrounded by books or drawing pictures of things no one else seemed to understand. Her parents, while kind, had always been a little worried about her. They didn't know why Emma preferred solitude, or why she spoke so little about her day at school. They just chalked it up to her being shy and hoped that one day she would come out of her shell. One afternoon, as she was walking home from school, Emma saw an old woman sitting on a bench in the park. The woman's hair was a pale gray, and her skin seemed to have the texture of ancient paper. She was watching Emma with a steady gaze, as though she had been waiting for her. "Hello, dear," the woman said, her voice soft but strangely clear. "I have something for you." Emma stepped closer, intrigued but cautious. In the woman's hands was a small bundle, wrapped in a faded cloth. She handed it to Emma, who took it slowly, her curiosity growing. "It's a doll," the woman said. "It's for you." Emma looked down at the doll in her hands. It was unlike anything she had ever seen. The doll was made of rough, hand-stitched fabric, with small button eyes and a crooked smile. It looked worn, like it had been passed down through generations. But there was something about it. Something in the way its stitched mouth curled upward just a little too much. The way its eyes seemed to glint in the sunlight, that unsettled her. "Thank you," Emma whispered, though she didn't fully understand why she had said it. The woman smiled, her lips stretching thin. "You're welcome, dear. Take care of it. It's special." When Emma returned home, she placed the doll on her bed and stared at it for a long while. Something felt off, but she couldn't explain it. It was just a doll after all. Still, she felt a strange pull toward it, a quiet beckoning that made her feel as though she couldn't look away. That night, when Emma went to bed, she placed the doll beside her, just as she had with all her other toys. But this time, as she drifted off to sleep, she could swear the doll's eyes seemed to follow her movements. The days passed, and Emma began to notice something odd. The doll seemed to move on its own, ever so slightly, when she wasn't looking. It would shift positions on the bed, its limbs stretching out, its head turning just enough to make Emma think she had imagined it. But it wasn't just that. The doll began to mimic her. When Emma smiled, the doll's face seemed to stretch into a grin. When she frowned, the doll's smile would curl downward. At first, it was subtle, easy to dismiss as coincidence. But soon, Emma started to feel a strange connection to the doll. She would cry, and it seemed to cry with her, though there were no tears, of course. She would laugh, and the doll's smile would grow impossibly wide, stretching across its face as if it too were caught up in the joy. Her family began to notice the changes in Emma's behavior. She became quieter still, even more withdrawn than before. Her mother, in particular, grew worried. "Emma, why don't you come downstairs and join us for dinner?" her mother would ask, her voice strained with concern. But Emma would shake her head, clutching the doll tightly against her chest. "I'm fine," she would say, though her voice was distant, as if it didn't quite belong to her. It was when Emma started to speak less that her father began to worry. At first, they thought she was just tired, but then they noticed the way she would sit still for hours, staring at the doll with an intensity that unsettled them. One evening, as Emma sat in the living room, her father noticed that her fingers twitched unnaturally. as if responding to the doll in her lap. She held it close, almost protectively, her expression blank. "Emma?" he asked, kneeling beside her. She didn't respond. "Emma, are you feeling all right?" Her head turned slowly toward him, and for the briefest moment, her eyes were vacant, empty. Then, as if snapping out of a trance, she blinked and looked up at him. "I'm fine, Daddy," she said, but her voice sounded strange, as though someone else had spoken for her. As the days turned into weeks, the changes in Emma grew harder to ignore. She became more withdrawn, less responsive. Her parents had no idea what was happening, but they began to fear for her. It was one evening after dinner that they found her sitting on her bed, her hands clutching the doll. She was staring at it with such intensity that her mother felt a chill run down her spine. "Emma," her mother said, her voice shaking, "put the doll down." But Emma didn't move. Her mother reached for the doll, but as soon as her fingers touched it, a sharp jolt ran through her. It was as though the doll had become alive, its fabric hot to the touch, its eyes gleaming with something terrible. "Emma, please," her mother pleaded. Finally, Emma let go, and her mother pulled the doll from her hands. But as soon as she did, Emma's face twisted in anger. "No, it's mine," she cried, her voice sounding foreign, deep and unsettling. Her father rushed in, trying to calm her, but Emma's eyes, those eyes had changed. They were no longer her eyes. They were something else, something dark and empty. The doll had done something to her, something that Emma couldn't control. It was then that the parents realized the truth. The doll was not just mimicking Emma's emotions. It was feeding on them, taking over her, pulling her deeper into itself with each passing day. They didn't know how to stop it. They didn't know if it could be stopped at all. And as Emma lay there, clutching the doll to her chest, they couldn't help but wonder if they had ever really known their daughter at all. Story number 9, The Dead Waiter. The diner sat alone on a long stretch of highway, its flickering neon sign barely visible against the night sky. To anyone passing through, it was just another place to stop for a meal. Nothing more, nothing less. But the locals knew better. They whispered about the place, about the strange happenings that no one could explain. The diner had been around for decades, ever since the accident, they said. No one remembered the exact details of what happened, but there was one thing everyone agreed on: the waiter, the one who died. His name was Joe, and he was a quiet man, always polite, always going about his work with a grim expression on his face. No one knew much about his life before the diner, but after the accident, his presence lingered. Some people said they saw him, his ghost they meant, standing by the kitchen window watching the cars pass by. Others claimed to hear his footsteps late at night, moving through the empty diner, the clinking of dishes echoing in the silence. But the most disturbing stories came from the customers. It was a chilly evening when Sarah and Ben stopped at the diner on their way to visit family. The roads had been empty for miles, and the headlights of their car seemed to cut through the darkness like a blade. They had heard rumors about the diner, but it didn't seem like much. "Let's just grab something quick," Sarah said, glancing at the rundown building. "We'll be there in an hour." They parked and stepped inside, the bell above the door ringing sharply. The diner smelled of stale coffee and frying bacon, and the flickering light made the place feel even more run down than it appeared from the outside. A man, dressed in a worn uniform, appeared almost immediately. He was tall, his face shadowed by the brim of his hat. His smile was thin, not quite friendly, and his eyes seemed distant, as though he had seen something long ago that still haunted him. "Good evening," the waiter said. His voice was soft, almost too soft, and it sent a chill down Sarah's spine. "What can I get for you?" They ordered quickly, Sarah opting for the meatloaf, Ben choosing the chicken fried steak. The waiter nodded without saying a word, disappearing into the kitchen without another glance. It wasn't until they took their first bites that things began to feel off. Sarah took a forkful of meatloaf, and immediately she felt a tightness in her chest. It wasn't the taste, there was nothing wrong with the food. But the moment she swallowed, she felt dizzy, as though the room had shifted, as though the floor beneath her was no longer solid. Ben seemed to notice the change in her. He looked up from his plate, his face pale. "Are you okay?" But before she could answer, there was a loud crash from the kitchen. The sounds of dishes clattering to the floor, the scraping of metal. Neither Sarah nor Ben moved at first, unsure of what to make of it. After a long silence, the waiter reappeared, holding a tray of food. He set it down on their table with such care. It was almost as though he were presenting an offering. "Enjoy your meal," he said, his eyes meeting Sarah's for the first time. But there was something strange in his gaze, something unsettling. She couldn't quite place it, but it felt like he was waiting for something. Watching them, as they ate, the strange feeling grew. Sarah's hands were trembling, though she didn't know why. The air felt heavy, almost thick, as though something was pressing down on her. The diner, which had once seemed so ordinary, now felt like a place out of time, frozen in a way that made her skin crawl. Ben looked at his plate, his expression unreadable. He was quiet, too quiet. Sarah glanced at him, and for a moment, she thought she saw the faintest flicker of something in his eyes. "Ben?" she whispered. "Are you okay?" But he didn't respond. The silence stretched between them, and Sarah's anxiety grew. She looked at the waiter again, and this time, she noticed something different. His eyes, there was no life in them. They were cold, empty, like they were staring straight through her. Before she could react, the waiter's voice interrupted her thoughts. "The meatloaf, it's just like she used to make it." His words were soft, almost inaudible. "Who?" Sarah asked, unsure whether she'd heard him correctly. But the waiter didn't answer. He just smiled, the thin curve of his lips betraying nothing. And for a moment Sarah thought she saw a flicker of something else. A shadow behind his eyes, a glimpse of something more. The meal ended in silence. The bill was paid quickly, and as Sarah and Ben left, the doorbell rang loudly behind them. They stepped outside into the cold night air, both of them still unnerved by the experience. But as they pulled away from the diner, Sarah glanced back through the rearview mirror, and for a brief moment, She thought she saw the waiter standing in the window, watching them drive away. It wasn't until later, when they returned home, that the real horror hit. As they unpacked their bags and settled in, Ben went to the bathroom. Sarah was alone in the living room when she heard a faint noise, a soft tapping, like fingers on a window. At first, she thought it was just the wind, but then the tapping grew louder. She stood, walking toward the window, but stopped short when she saw a figure in the reflection. The waiter, his eyes, those same cold, empty eyes, stared back at her through the glass. And then, with a smile, he mouthed one final word. Order. Story number 10, The Last Tenant. The boarding house had been quiet for as long as anyone could remember. It wasn't a grand place, just an old building on the corner of a narrow street, tucked away between two tall, crumbling houses. The tenants came and went, most of them staying for a few months, some for only a few weeks, but none of them ever seemed to stay long. It wasn't that the house was unpleasant, but it had a way of making people feel uneasy. Something in the way the walls creaked at night, or the way the floors seemed to sigh underfoot as if they were breathing. The last tenant, Mrs. Vance, had been there longer than any of them. She was a reclusive woman, quiet and withdrawn, who kept to herself in her small room at the end of the hall. She didn't speak to the other tenants much, never went to the shared kitchen for meals, and always kept her door locked. The others didn't mind. It was simply the way things were. Mrs. Vance had been in the boarding house for nearly 10 years. She was always there, and no one thought much of it. Then, one morning, the landlady found her door ajar. Mrs. Vance was dead, sitting in the armchair by her window, her hands folded neatly in her lap, as if she were simply sleeping. The landlady was the one who called the authorities, but no one else from the boarding house was particularly surprised. Mrs. Vance had been old, frail, and had rarely left her room in recent months. Still, there was something about the way she had died that made the air feel heavy, like the house itself was holding its breath. The funeral was small. There was no family, no friends, just the landlady and a few of the tenants who, out of courtesy, had come to pay their respects. But after the funeral, when the room was emptied of Mrs. Vance's belongings, the real strangeness began. At first, it was subtle, a strange noise in the night, like the soft shuffle of footsteps across the floor, or the faint rustling of paper. The tenants would awake in the middle of the night, unsure of whether they had dreamed it, or if something truly was moving through the halls. But when they checked, there was nothing there, only the silence pressing in on them. Days passed, and it became harder to ignore. Clara, who lived on the floor below, began noticing that her things were out of place. The books on her shelf had been rearranged, and her curtains, ones she was sure she had left pulled shut, were opened wide each morning. She would scold herself, thinking she had forgotten, but it happened every day. The small, unsettling details piled up. The faint smell of lavender soap, the creaking of Mrs. Vance's floorboards late at night, the quiet whispering of her name that no one ever could quite explain. One evening, as Clara was passing by Mrs. Vance's old room, she heard a soft voice, muffled behind the door. She froze, uncertain if it was real. The voice was familiar, almost like Mrs. Vance's, though quieter, weaker. It was hard to make out the words, but it felt like a message, like someone was calling out to her. When Clara finally worked up the courage to knock, no one answered. She pushed the door open, half expecting to find the room empty or covered in dust. But instead, everything was exactly as it had been when Mrs. Vance had been alive. The armchair by the window, the neat little dresser, the unmade bed with a worn quilt. The room was still as if frozen in time. But there was something else too, something new. Scrawled on the wall in what appeared to be charcoal was a message. "I am still here." Clara recoiled, feeling the chill of the words settle into her bones. She quickly closed the door and left the room, her heart pounding. The next day, the landlady, who had been quiet and distant since Mrs. Vance's death, gathered the tenants together in the small, dimly lit parlor. Her face was pale, and her hands shook as she spoke. "Has anyone been hearing anything?" she asked. Her voice was soft, almost apologetic. "Anything strange?" Clara exchanged a look with the other tenants. None of them had spoken about it openly before, but they all knew what the landlady was referring to. "I think Mrs. Vance. I think she's still here," Clara said quietly, her voice trembling. "I heard her voice, and the things in my room, they've been moved." The landlady's expression darkened. She was always such a quiet woman. Story number 11, The Last Letter. The letter arrived on a day like any other. It was thin, the envelope yellowing at the edges, its surface cracked in places. First, Martha thought it was just another piece of mail she would throw away. The name on the front, however, stopped her. It was her name, written in a hand she had not seen in nearly 30 years. She held the envelope for a long moment, unable to breathe, and then, with trembling fingers, she tore it open. Inside, there was a single piece of paper, its edges worn as though it had been folded and unfolded countless times. The handwriting was unmistakable. It was her brother, Daniel. He had died when she was just a girl, a loss that had never quite left her. Not really. The grief had dulled over the years, yes, but it lingered, nestled in her chest, where it could be easily ignored until something like this happened. The words on the page were few, scrawled quickly as if there had been no time for careful thought. "You must remember." It was a simple message, but it struck her like a slap. She turned the page over, expecting more. There was nothing else. No signature, no explanation, just those words. For a long time, Martha sat in the small armchair by the window, the letter clutched in her hands. The silence in the room seemed heavier than usual, thickening with something she could not place. She glanced at the calendar on the wall. Another year had passed, and yet she still felt as if something was wrong. Something about the letter, about Daniel, that she was not seeing. She tried to ignore the nagging feeling, telling herself it was just the weight of memory, the echo of a loss that had never fully left her. But then, one evening, as she sat in her living room, the shadows growing long outside, she heard it. A soft rustling sound, as though something had moved in the room. Martha looked up, but saw nothing. The window was open, the curtains billowing slightly in the breeze. She shook her head, laughing softly to herself. She was becoming paranoid, that's all. A silly old woman letting her imagination get the better of her. And yet, over the next few days, the sounds grew more distinct. At night, just as she was about to drift into sleep, she would hear the faintest whisper, a voice she could almost recognize, but it was always too soft, too distant for her to make out. Sometimes, when she walked past the old photograph of Daniel that hung on the wall, she swore she could feel his eyes following her. She tried to tell herself it was just the weight of time, that she was imagining things, that the loneliness of her house was playing tricks on her mind. But the whispers wouldn't stop. One afternoon, Martha found herself in the attic, sorting through boxes of old things, when she came across a box of Daniel's old belongings. Letters, books, trinkets she had long forgotten about. She had never had the heart to throw any of it away. And as she pulled the box out from the dusty corner, she found something strange. Another letter, but this one wasn't from Daniel. It was from someone else. Her heart began to race as she opened it, her hands shaking. The letter was brief, and its message was chilling. I told you not to forget. Martha stared at the words for a long time, trying to make sense of them. The handwriting was different, nothing like Daniel's. She had never seen this script before, but the words echoed in her mind, like a distant memory that had been buried too deep to remember. And then it hit her. She had forgotten. She had forgotten something important, something she had buried so far down she hadn't even realized it was gone. It wasn't just the letter from Daniel. It was the years of silence, the years of pretending that everything was fine, that nothing had happened. She had tried to forget about him, about the things they had done, about the terrible truth that had never been spoken aloud. But now it was coming back. It was coming back to haunt her. The whispers began again that night, louder than before, filling the room with a presence she could no longer ignore. Martha sat up in bed, her eyes wide with fear, as the shadows in the corner of the room shifted. She could see him now, not clearly, but there was no mistaking it. Daniel was there, not as she remembered him, not as the young boy she had once known, but as something else. His face was pale, his eyes hollow, his form shifting like smoke. She opened her mouth to scream, but the words caught in her throat. She knew what had happened, knew the truth that had been buried for so long. She had tried to forget, tried to outrun the darkness that had followed them all their lives, but now it had caught up with her. You must remember. The words echoed in the silence, and Martha understood. She understood everything. The memories came flooding back, sharp and painful. The laughter in the night, the strange games they had played in the attic, the secrets they had shared in whispers. But those secrets were darker than she had ever known. And now, after all these years, it was time to face them. Daniel had never left. Story number 12, The Bleeding Walls. When Claire and Thomas first saw the house, they knew it was the one. It was exactly what they had been looking for. Charming, spacious, and, most importantly, affordable. After months of searching, they finally found it in a quiet neighborhood, tucked away at the end of a cul-de-sac. The house had been recently renovated, and everything was new, from the fresh coat of paint on the walls to the gleaming hardwood floors. It was perfect, They moved in quickly, eager to start their new life. The boxes were unpacked, the furniture arranged, and for a brief moment, everything felt right. They settled into their new routine: morning coffee in the kitchen, evening walks through the neighborhood, quiet nights in front of the fireplace. But then, a few weeks after they moved in, strange things began to happen. They started subtly at first. Small things that were easy to dismiss. A creak in the floorboards when no one was walking on them. The faint sound of whispering when the house was otherwise silent. Claire, more sensitive than Thomas, would sometimes feel a strange pressure in the air, like something was watching her, but she couldn't place where it came from. At night, though, things grew worse. It started with the smell. It was faint at first, almost imperceptible. A strange metallic scent, like rust or old coins. It would linger in the hallways, and Claire would find herself trying to locate the source. She checked the plumbing, the pipes, the refrigerator. Everything seemed normal, but the smell remained, thickening as the days went by. Then one evening, Thomas came home to find Claire standing frozen in the living room, staring at the wall. There was a dark stain on the wallpaper, seeping down from the corners like a slow, steady trickle of ink. But when Thomas reached out to touch it, his hand recoiled. It wasn't ink, it was blood. At first, they thought it must be a plumbing issue. Maybe a pipe had burst behind the wall, leaking water that somehow looked like blood. But when they called a plumber, he found nothing. The pipes were intact, no leaks, nothing to explain the stain. Still, the blood kept coming. Every night, it seeped from the walls, sometimes from the ceiling, other times from the baseboards. It would pool on the floor, dark and sticky, only to vanish by morning, leaving no trace, no residue. But the smell, it never faded. It grew stronger, more suffocating. Claire and Thomas tried to ignore it. They cleaned up the mess each day, convinced it was some sort of plumbing nightmare that would eventually be fixed. But the blood didn't stop, and with each night, the blood seemed to appear in new places, spreading further throughout the house, as though it were claiming more of the space, more of them. Then the blood began to mirror their emotions. One evening, after a long, heated argument about the house, about how it seemed to be slowly breaking them down, how it made them both feel tense, on edge, the blood appeared thick and violent. It wasn't just the walls anymore. It pooled in the corners, dripped from the ceiling like a slow, mocking rain. Thomas shouted, "It's just the stress. We're stressed. That's all." But as his words echoed in the stillness, the blood surged. It seemed to pulse in time with their emotions. When they laughed, the blood seemed to recede, like it was feeding off their joy. When they cried, it thickened, as though it thrived on their pain. The house was responding to them, feeding off the chaos they brought into it. And Claire began to feel it. Deep inside her, the house was alive. It was feeding on their fear, their anger, their sadness, and their joy, twisting it all into something dark. The couple grew paranoid. They would search the house for any explanation, anything to prove that this was just a series of strange coincidences. They pulled up floorboards, checked the foundation, even considered the possibility of some sort of prank from the previous owners. but nothing made sense. There was no logical reason for the blood. That's when Claire found the old journal. It was tucked behind the bookshelf in the study, hidden beneath a stack of old magazines. The leather cover was cracked, the pages yellowed with age. It didn't take her long to realize that the journal had belonged to the house's original owner, a man named Edward Thurman. The journal was filled with strange symbols, almost like a diary of rituals. Rituals that, as she read on, made her blood run cold. Thurman had believed that a house, like a person, could be alive, that it needed to be nourished and protected. And the way to do that, he wrote, was through blood. The house needed to be fed, and every year, he and his family had performed rituals to keep it alive. The blood, the strange occurrences, the whispering walls, all of it was part of a dark tradition that had lasted for generations. And the worst part, the rituals had not stopped with Thurman. The house, as it turned out, never truly left him. He had built it to be a vessel, a living entity that fed on those who entered. Claire and Thomas had unwittingly walked into the middle of it. The journal ended abruptly, the last page torn out, but there was no need to read further. The message was clear. The house was alive and it was hungry. Now the couple had a choice. They could leave, but the house would never stop calling them, never stop feeding. Or they could stay, feeding it with their own blood, their own emotions, and become part of its dark history. The house would keep them alive too, but only as long as they followed its rules, as long as they fed it. Claire sat on the floor that night, staring at the walls, the blood seeping through the cracks. It wasn't going to stop. She knew that now, and never would. And the worst part, she wasn't sure she wanted it to. Story number 13, The Long Goodbye. Margaret had always believed in the idea of closure. She had imagined that, after the funeral, she would lock away her memories of Jack and carry on. The house would be empty, but it would be hers, and she would find a way to fill the silence. But then, 2 months after the funeral, Jack came back. It was a Thursday evening when she first saw him. She was sitting on the couch, a book in her lap, when the doorbell rang. She wasn't expecting anyone, and when she opened the door, there he stood, Jack. His face was just as she remembered, his suit neatly pressed, his eyes the same warm brown that had always comforted her. "I'm sorry, Margaret," he said, his voice exactly like it had been. "I didn't mean to worry you." Margaret blinked. Her heart stopped for a moment. "Jack," she whispered. "You're..." He smiled, nodding. "I know. It's been so long. But I'm here now. I'm home." She didn't know what to say. Part of her wanted to close the door, to keep him out. But instead, she stepped aside, and he entered as though nothing had changed. They sat together in the living room, talking like they used to, about the weather, about the neighborhood, about things they both remembered. And for a moment, Margaret felt something she hadn't felt in weeks. Relief. He was back, but something wasn't quite right. First, it was small things. Jack would ask questions about their life, questions that seemed odd, like he'd forgotten certain details. He would ask about the house, about the pictures on the wall, as if he didn't remember where they'd gone on vacation last summer. Margaret found herself answering, though it felt strange to do so. "Remember the time we went to the lake?" he asked one evening, leaning back in his chair, his eyes distant. Margaret smiled, glad to have something familiar to talk about. Of course, we went there every summer. We even brought the dog. Jack nodded slowly, but his eyes didn't look quite right. There was something about his gaze that felt too still, as if he were trying to make sense of the words, as if they didn't belong to him. I don't remember the dog, he said quietly. Margaret froze. She had to force herself to laugh, to shake off the feeling in her chest. Jack, of course you remember the dog. He was our golden retriever. He loved swimming in the lake. But Jack only stared at her, as if the memory didn't sit right with him. The visits became more frequent. Sometimes, Margaret would wake up in the middle of the night to find Jack sitting at the edge of the bed, staring at her, his face unreadable. Other times, he would be in the kitchen, fixing himself a cup of coffee, as though he had never left. You're up late, she said one night, standing in the doorway of the kitchen. He turned to her, smiling that same tired smile she had seen 100 times before. I couldn't sleep. I was thinking about how much I missed you. Margaret felt a shiver run down her spine. The voice was his, the smile was his, but something was missing. He was distant, more distant than he had ever been before. And the way he looked at her, like he was trying to place her, trying to remember what he should feel, it unsettled her. Jack, she whispered, but her voice trembled. He didn't respond. Instead, he began to hum a soft tune, one of their old favorites, the one they had always danced to on their wedding night. But it was different now. The melody didn't sound the same. It sounded wrong, like someone had twisted it. Margaret's hands clenched into fists. She couldn't do this anymore. She couldn't pretend. This man, this thing that looked like Jack, wasn't the same. He didn't remember their past the way she did. He didn't speak the same way. And there was a darkness creeping into his eyes, a hollowness that had never been there before. One evening, she confronted him. She stood in the middle of the living room, arms crossed, her eyes searching his face for the man she once knew. Jack, she said, her voice shaking. What happened? Why are you here? What is this? Why can't you remember? He blinked at her, his expression confused. I don't understand, Margaret. I'm here. I'm here with you. Isn't that enough? No, it's not enough, she cried, her voice rising. You're not him. You're not my Jack. For a moment there was silence. The air grew thick, heavy, as though something was pressing down on her chest. And then, Jack's face twisted into something strange. The smile disappeared. His eyes darkened, and a coldness seeped into his voice. You don't want me to be here? He asked, his tone growing harsh. After everything we had, after all we've been through, you want me gone? Margaret stepped back, her heart pounding. No, I don't want you gone. I want you to be the man I loved. But you're not. You're something else. Jack's gaze hardened, his features shifting, and for a split second, Margaret thought she saw something. Something not human, not alive. It was gone before she could understand it, but the air around her grew colder. I was never the man you loved, Margaret, he whispered, his voice low and unrecognizable. I've never been the man you thought I was. And then, as suddenly as he had come, Jack was gone. Margaret sat there for hours, staring at the empty space where he had been, her hands trembling in her lap. The house was silent, too silent, and the darkness pressed in from every corner. The boundaries between life and death, between reality and something else, had blurred. She didn't know what was left. Was Jack still here, or had he never really left at all? Story number 14, The Golden Hour. David hadn't heard from Richard in years. They had been close once, sharing late-night talks in the university dorms, their conversations filled with ideas and laughter. But after graduation, their paths diverged. Richard moved away, and David settled into a routine in the city, his life slowly folding into a predictable rhythm. That was until the letter arrived. It was simple, unremarkable, and tucked neatly between the bills and junk mail. The handwriting was familiar, though it had been so long since David had seen it that he had to pause for a moment before recognizing it. It was Richard's handwriting. The letter was short, simply read, "David, I hope this finds you well. I'm in need of your company. Please visit me. I've been waiting for you. You won't be disappointed. There's something you need to see. You'll find your way. Promise. Richard." David didn't know why, but something about the letter seemed urgent, and the curiosity gnawed at him. He packed a bag, filled the car with gas, and drove, not knowing exactly where he was headed, but trusting that Richard would be there waiting for him. The directions were vague, but David didn't mind. He let the road guide him, the sky turning dimmer as he drove deeper into the countryside. The landscape shifted from sprawling fields to dense woods, and eventually, the asphalt faded into a winding, narrow road. As he drove, the silence seemed to stretch on, broken only by the sound of his tires on the road. And then, finally, he saw it. A small town nestled in a valley. It looked old, almost too old. The houses were neatly kept, the streets clean, but everything felt still, as though it had been preserved in a moment from the past. There were no cars, no signs of technology. The whole place had an odd, frozen quality to it, like it had been untouched by time. David parked the car at the edge of the town and got out. The air was thick and still, the kind of quiet that made everything feel too heavy. As he walked down the main street, the people began to notice him. They greeted him with warm smiles, but there was something off about them, something that David couldn't place. Their eyes were too wide, their smiles too soft, and there was always an underlying sadness in the way they looked at him, as though they were waiting for something. The first person to speak was an old woman sitting on a rocking chair outside a small shop. "You're here," she said softly, her voice high and sweet. "We've been waiting for you." David smiled awkwardly. "I'm looking for Richard. Do you know him?" Her smile widened, her eyes glistening. "Oh, Richard. He's been waiting for you, too." The woman's words made David uneasy. Something about the way she said, "waiting for you," didn't sit right, but he dismissed the feeling. He had traveled so far, and he was determined to find Richard. As he walked deeper into the town, more people greeted him, their voices soft and pleasant, their smiles the same, warm, yet distant. He began to feel as though he was moving in slow motion, as though the world around him wasn't quite real. Then he saw Richard. He was standing at the edge of the town square, just outside an old, white building that David assumed was a town hall of some sort. Richard looked just the same, tall, thin, with a mess of dark hair. His eyes brightened when he saw David. "David," Richard called, his voice carrying across the square. "You came." David hurried toward him. "Of course I did. I got your letter. I'm glad you're here," Richard interrupted, cutting him off with a warm laugh. "It's been so long. I've been meaning to reach out, but you know how it is. Lifetime, it gets in the way. But now you're here. Everything's about to be perfect." David frowned. "What's going on, Richard? This place is strange. Why did you bring me here?" Richard smiled, but there was something uncertain about it. "You'll understand soon. Come join us. It's time for the gathering." Before David could ask any more questions, Richard led him toward the building. Inside, the townspeople were gathered in a large room, sitting at long tables. They all looked at David with the same soft, distant expression. No one said a word. The atmosphere was heavy with a quiet anticipation, and the air seemed to thicken the longer David stood there. A bell rang softly, and the crowd stood up in unison, moving toward the door. Richard gestured for David to follow. "We gather for the sunset," Richard said, his voice almost reverent. David didn't know what that meant, but he followed, stepping out into the cool evening air. The sun was low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the town. The locals gathered around, standing silently as if in some kind of trance. Then, as the sun dipped below the hills, something strange happened. The golden light didn't fade. It stretched out, lingering in the sky far longer than it should have. The warm, golden hue bathed the town, and everything seemed to slow. The shadows grew longer, the air thickened, and David felt the weight of the moment pressing in on him. The golden hour, the time when the day ends and night begins, stretched out endlessly, like it was stuck, unwilling to move forward. "Richard," David said, his voice shaking, "what's happening? Why is the sun not setting?" Richard turned to him, his face now unreadable. "This is the way it is here. The golden hour never ends. We are always in it, caught between day and night." David's heart began to race. "What do you mean? What is this place? What are you doing?" "The sun doesn't set for us, David," Richard said softly, his voice almost apologetic. "Once you step into this place, you can never leave. The golden hour traps you, stretches out like the time here never to end. We are stuck in it forever." David's breath quickened. He looked around, but the faces of the townspeople no longer looked warm. They were all staring at him, their eyes vacant, their expressions expectant. The golden light wrapped itself around him, and he realized with growing horror that he, too, was part of it now. There would be no escape. As the sun lingered, frozen in the sky, David understood. The golden hour had no end, and neither would he. Story number 15, The Silent Witness. The house at the end of Maple Street had been empty for years. But that didn't stop the neighbors from gossiping about it. It wasn't the kind of house that was easily forgotten. The white paint had long since peeled away, and the windows were clouded with dust. People had always said it was haunted, though no one could remember exactly why. They just knew that something about it didn't feel right. When the Parker family moved into the house next door, they were eager to start fresh. There was the husband, Tom, who worked at a law firm, his wife, Claire, who was busy with her art, and their two children, Lucy and Jack, who were both too young to care much about the rumors. The neighbors, though, weren't as welcoming as they had hoped. The Parkers met a few families in the neighborhood, but there was one woman, an elderly lady who lived alone across the street, who always seemed to be watching them. Her name was Mrs. Mallory, and though she was polite, there was something unnerving about the way she observed them. Her house was even older than the empty one next door, with ivy creeping up the sides and a worn, gray porch that never seemed to get cleaned. At first, Mrs. Mallory would smile when she saw the Parkers outside, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. It was as if she was waiting for something, or perhaps remembering something. The longer they lived there, the more it became clear to Claire that Mrs. Mallory was always watching. It started when Claire noticed the elderly woman standing at her window, staring out at the Parker house. Every time Claire looked up, there she was, motionless, eyes fixed on their home. It was strange, almost like Mrs. Mallory wasn't aware of how visible she was. But there was no mistaking her stare. She was watching them, and it wasn't just a casual glance. It was deliberate, unblinking. One afternoon, Claire decided to stop by Mrs. Mallory's house, hoping to befriend her. But when she knocked, there was no answer. She tried again the next day, but the same thing happened. A sense of unease settled over her. It wasn't normal for someone to be so solitary, especially in such a quiet neighborhood. At dinner that night, Claire brought it up to Tom. "Have you noticed Mrs. Mallory?" she asked, keeping her voice low. "She never says anything, but she's always at the window watching us." Tom paused, his fork halfway to his mouth. "I've seen her," he said slowly, "but I don't think it's anything to worry about. Maybe she's just lonely." But Claire couldn't shake the feeling that there was something wrong with the woman. That evening, after dinner, she glanced out the window, and sure enough, there Mrs. Mallory was, motionless, staring. Days went by, and the staring continued. Then, strange things began to happen around the Parker house. The first incident was small. A door that would close on its own, a light that flickered and then went out, but soon it escalated. The children's toys, which they had carefully arranged in the living room, would be moved to different places when they came back in the morning. Claire would hear faint footsteps late at night, and once, she swore she saw a shadow move past the window when no one was there. Claire tried to brush it off as her imagination, but the incidents only grew more frequent. Then, one night, as she was getting ready for bed, she saw something that made her blood run cold. From the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of movement outside the window. She turned quickly, her heart pounding, expecting to see the usual figure of Mrs. Mallory. But instead, she saw the woman standing at her window, just as she always did. The difference this time was the expression on Mrs. Mallory's face. It wasn't just passive anymore, it was knowing. For a moment, Claire couldn't move. She felt like she was trapped, caught in the same moment, as if the air in the room had thickened, heavy with dread. She blinked, and in that second, Mrs. Mallory was gone. The next morning, Claire spoke to Tom again. This time, she was certain there was something wrong with Mrs. Mallory. Tom, seeing the fear in her eyes, agreed to ask around about the woman. The neighbors weren't eager to talk about her, but Tom managed to learn a few things. Mrs. Mallory had lived in the house for decades, long before the Parkers had moved in. People said she had once been a kind, warm woman, but that had changed after her husband died in a mysterious accident. From then on, she had become reclusive. No one ever spoke of the accident, and no one ever asked. One evening, while Claire and Tom were sitting on their porch, they saw Mrs. Mallory walk slowly across the street, her back hunched, her gaze never wavering from the Parker house. She stopped in front of the empty house and stared at it for what felt like hours. Tom, feeling an overwhelming sense of unease, finally decided to confront her. He crossed the street and knocked gently on her door. Mrs. Mallory answered, but the door creaked open just a crack. "I'm sorry to disturb you," Tom began, trying to sound polite, "but I wanted to ask if you know anything about the history of that house." Her eyes flicked to the empty house, then back to Tom. Her lips trembled, but she didn't speak for a long time. When she finally did, her voice was a hoarse whisper. "That house, it never forgets. It watches. It waits." Tom felt a chill run through him. Before he could respond, Mrs. Mallory closed the door, leaving him standing on the porch, a cold weight settling on his chest. Later that night, the Parkers gathered in the living room, their nerves raw. The house had begun to feel more oppressive, the shadows darker, the silence deeper. Then, Claire noticed something strange. From the corner of the room, a figure stood in the window of the empty house, moving but not in the way a person would move. It was as if something inside the house was stretching, shifting, waiting. Tom looked at her, and without a word, they both understood. Mrs. Mallory wasn't just a lonely old woman. She was a witness to something far darker, and perhaps she had been waiting all these years for someone like them to uncover the truth. Story number 16, The Unseen Child. Maggie lived alone in an old house tucked away in the countryside. The house was small, with crooked floors and creaking windows, but it was hers. After the long years of working in the city, she thought the solitude would bring peace. The quiet of the country had its own charm, and Maggie had been looking forward to the stillness when she moved in. But soon, that stillness began to feel like something else, something unsettling. It started with faint sounds. First, Maggie thought it was the wind. The wind, she told herself, can make all sorts of strange noises. Things scraping against walls, small knocks on the window, even what might sound like footsteps. But it was the laughter that caught her attention, high-pitched and childlike. It echoed through the house at night, faint but clear enough to make her pause. The first time it happened, she was in bed, reading a book by the dim light of a lamp. She heard a giggle, quick and light, coming from the hallway outside her door. Maggie frowned and laid the book down, listening intently. There was no mistaking it. A child's laughter, soft and distant, as if someone was playing just beyond her reach. Thinking it was her imagination, she shook it off. But the next night, the same sound. This time, it was followed by the quick patter of small feet. Too light to be a person, but too distinct to be ignored. Maggie lay there, heart pounding in the silence that followed, wondering if she was hearing things. Maybe it was just the house settling, the floorboards groaning. But then the noises grew louder. The laughter didn't stop. Instead, it began to follow her throughout the house. When she was cooking dinner, she would hear the sound of tiny footsteps running down the hallway. When she was washing dishes, she would catch a glimpse of something moving at the corner of her eye, like a shadow darting across the room. Desperation set in as she tried to explain it away. Perhaps the house had a history of strange noises, or maybe it was an animal that had found its way inside. But that didn't explain the laughter or the unmistakable sense that something or someone was there watching her. One rainy afternoon, Maggie went into the attic to search for some old boxes. It was the first time she had gone up there since moving in. The air was thick with dust, and the wooden beams groaned under her weight as she climbed the narrow stairs. She had no particular reason for going up there, just an impulse to see what was hidden in the forgotten corners of the house. She started to rummage through a few boxes, pulling out old linens and a few pieces of broken furniture. But then something caught her eye. A small wooden toy, tucked away in the corner, half hidden under a dusty blanket. It was an old-fashioned wooden horse, the kind with painted red wheels and chipped edges. Maggie frowned as she picked it up. She didn't remember ever seeing it before, but the sight of it stirred something in her memory, something faint but familiar. She set the toy down and continued searching, her hands moving quickly as she went through the other boxes. The attic was dark and cramped, and the air smelled stale, but there was something pressing on her chest, urging her to keep looking. She moved another box and found more toys, several dolls with cracked porcelain faces, a ball with worn leather stitching, a dollhouse with broken windows. But then, in the very back of the attic, she found something that made her stomach twist. A small, yellowed piece of paper, folded and crumpled. Maggie unfolded it carefully, her hands trembling as she read the faded words written in delicate handwriting. A child's laughter fills the halls. She was never meant to leave. The words were enough to send a chill down Maggie's spine. She had never seen the paper before, nor had she ever heard of a child living in the house. What did it mean? Who had written it, and why was it hidden here, in this forgotten corner? Desperate to understand, Maggie started asking the neighbors about the house's history. Most of them were vague, offering polite but unhelpful responses. But one woman, Mrs. Greer, had lived in the town for decades and seemed to know more than the others. When Maggie finally asked her about the house, Mrs. Greer's face grew tight. "That house," Mrs. Greer said, her voice low, "used to belong to the Graysons, a young couple with a little girl. The girl, she went missing, you see, vanished one night without a trace. They searched the house, the woods, and the town, but they never found her. The couple left after that, but the house, It never really let go of her. Maggie's blood ran cold. Could it be? Was the house somehow holding on to the memory of that little girl? And if so, what was she trying to tell Maggie? That night, the sounds came again, but this time, they were different. The laughter was louder, more insistent, and it was no longer confined to the hallways. The child's footsteps echoed throughout the house, as if she was right behind Maggie, her presence growing more oppressive. The air was thick with the sound of tiny feet running, and Maggie could almost feel the weight of the child's gaze on her back. It was then that Maggie realized the truth. The child had never left the house. Her laughter, her presence, had become a part of it, lingering in the walls, in the floors, in the rooms. And now, she was calling to Maggie, beckoning her into the shadows. As the nights passed, the sounds grew louder. Maggie could no longer tell if they were real or if they were a part of the house's memory. She would hear the child laughing, her voice growing louder until it filled the room, and then there would be silence. But the silence was worse, pressed on Maggie's chest, heavy and suffocating. The child was waiting, watching, and Maggie could feel it. No longer just a presence, but a constant reminder that she was never truly alone, not in the house and not in her own mind. And one night, when the laughter reached its peak, Maggie finally understood. The child wasn't a ghost. She was a memory that would never let go, and a child who would never leave. Story number 17, The Timekeeper. The clock tower in the center of the village was old, but it was beautiful in its way. The stone structure, covered in ivy and worn by years of wind and rain, stood tall against the sky, casting long shadows over the quiet town. Its chimes rang every hour, a deep, steady sound that echoed down the narrow streets, filling the town with a sense of order. The villagers had grown used to it, as if the clock was the pulse of the place, marking the passage of time. When Sarah and Tom moved into the small house next to the clock tower, they were looking for something peaceful. They had spent years in the city, surrounded by noise and people, and now they wanted to start fresh. The house was modest, with a small garden and a white picket fence. It was perfect for their simple life, quiet, slow, and calm. But the clock tower, which seemed so charming at first, soon began to make them uneasy. At first, it wasn't anything specific, just little things. Sarah would wake up in the morning and glance at the clock tower, only to feel as if the sun had been in the same spot for hours. She would check the time, convinced it was later than it should be, only to find that it was still early. Tom would comment on how tired he felt after just a few hours of work, but when he looked at the clock, it had only been a couple of hours since he'd started. The days started feeling long and stretched out. Mornings turned into afternoons, but no matter what they did, it always seemed like there wasn't enough time. The clock tower's chimes would ring, marking the hours, but the hours didn't seem to make sense anymore. One evening, after dinner, Sarah was cleaning the kitchen when she glanced out the window toward the tower. The clock struck midnight, but when she turned to Tom, he looked at her with confusion. "Didn't it just strike midnight?" he asked, his voice low. She frowned, her stomach twisting. "No, it struck 6. It's not midnight," But Tom insisted, and Sarah's heart raced as she checked the time. It was indeed 6 in the evening, but how could that be? Hadn't they just eaten dinner? Wasn't it already late? The confusion began to settle in like a fog. Days stretched out, and then suddenly they felt like they had barely passed. It was as if time itself was slipping through their fingers, bending and warping in strange, unpredictable ways. Some days they would wake up feeling as if they hadn't slept at all, while other days, hours would vanish without explanation. Tom would leave for work in the morning, only to come home in the evening feeling as though the day had slipped away too quickly. Sarah started to wonder if it was the clock tower causing it. She tried to ignore the feeling, but it gnawed at her. Something about the way the chimes sounded, echoing through the empty streets at night, seemed too deliberate, too certain. It was as if they were marking the passage of time, but in a way that didn't follow the natural order. One evening, when Tom was away, Sarah went up to the attic to look through some old boxes. She wasn't sure why she was drawn there, but something told her she needed to investigate. As she opened a dusty box in the corner, she found an old journal, its leather cover cracked and worn. She began to read. The journal belonged to the original creator of the clock tower, a man named Elias Montgomery. His handwriting was tight, frantic. It told of his obsession with time, how he believed that time was not just a measurement but something that could be controlled, bent, and even manipulated. He had built the clock tower not just to mark the hours, but to control them. He had designed it with mechanisms and gears that were not just for telling time but for altering it. As Sarah read, her fingers trembling, she came across a passage that made her heart race. The tower will become more than just a clock. It will twist time itself, bend it to my will. I will make time mine, and I will make it eternal. The last entry was dated many years ago, but Sarah could still feel the weight of his obsession in the words. She began to understand. The clock tower wasn't just a relic from the past. It was a machine, a force that had been built with the power to distort time, to make it bend and break in ways that couldn't be explained. Suddenly, it all clicked into place. The disorienting days, the stretched hours, the confusion. Time wasn't moving the way it was supposed to. The clock tower was controlling it, distorting it, and trapping them in its strange, endless loop. They were living in a place where time had no meaning. Sarah's hands shook as she closed the journal and placed it back in the box. The clock tower's chimes rang again, and this time, she could hear the slight echo, the unnatural distortion in its sound, like it was stretching, bending the air itself. She ran to find Tom. By the time she found him, the clock tower was ringing its chimes again, its bells sounding louder, deeper than ever before. Tom stood in the yard, staring up at the tower with a blank expression. His eyes were wide, and his mouth hung open slightly, as if he had been caught in a trance. "Tom," Sarah shouted, grabbing his arm. "We need to leave. It's the clock. It's..." But Tom didn't respond. He stood frozen, his eyes locked on the tower, the chimes ringing in his ears, and in the distance, Sarah could see the sky beginning to darken far too early. Time was bending, breaking, and they were stuck in its grip. "Tom," Sarah whispered, trembling. Can we ever escape it? But the answer was already lost, swallowed up by the endless, ringing chimes of the tower. And in the stillness that followed, she realized that time had unraveled, and they were already part of its endless loop. Story number 18, The Painter's Vision. Lena had never felt so empty. She stood before the blank canvas in her small studio, her brushes scattered across the table like forgotten tools. The once vibrant colors of her past work felt distant now, like a world she could no longer reach. For weeks, the ideas had refused to come, and the inspiration she had once relied on seemed to have evaporated, leaving nothing but frustration and silence in its place. After days of failed attempts to ignite her creativity, she made a decision. She needed to get away, to remove herself from the distractions and pressures of her everyday life. She rented a small cabin in the woods, hoping the isolation would help her find herself again. The cabin was remote, nestled deep within a forest that felt both ancient and untouched. The air was fresh, thick with the smell of pine and earth, and the quiet seemed to press down on her, wrapping her in a cocoon of stillness. It was exactly what she needed, just her, the cabin, and a few weeks to focus solely on her art. The first day passed slowly. Lena explored the cabin, unpacked her supplies, and set up her workspace. The windows overlooked a small clearing, and the quiet sound of the wind rustling the trees outside made it feel as though time had slowed down. But still, she couldn't bring herself to paint. She sat in front of the blank canvas, staring, waiting for something to come, but nothing did. That evening, as the sun dipped behind the trees, Lena noticed something strange. There was an old painting hanging on the wall, tucked away in the corner of the cabin. It was covered in dust, the frame tarnished with age. Lena approached it curiously. The painting depicted a woman, her features delicate, almost ethereal. Her dark eyes were wide and intense, staring directly at the viewer. But what made Lena pause was how eerily familiar the woman looked. So familiar, in fact, that it unsettled her. The face of the woman on the canvas looked almost like her own. A chill ran through Lena, but she couldn't look away. The woman in the painting was both beautiful and haunting, as if she held some secret within her eyes. Lena found herself drawn to it, unable to shake the feeling that there was something important about the painting, something she needed to understand. The next morning, after a restless night, Lena decided to try something different. She sat before her own canvas, the image of the woman still fresh in her mind. Slowly, she began to paint. She worked cautiously at first, sketching the outline of a face, then adding in the finer details, mirroring the features of the woman in the old painting. As she painted, a strange sense of calm washed over her. The brush seemed to move on its own, and the strokes felt guided, as though she were simply following instructions that came from somewhere beyond herself. By the end of the day, the face of the woman had begun to take shape, and Lena felt a sense of accomplishment she hadn't felt in weeks. She left the painting on the easel, taking a step back to admire her work. But as she stared at the image, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The woman's eyes were too vivid, too alive. There was something unsettling about them, The way they followed her, the way they seemed to peer into her very soul. Lena shook her head, trying to dismiss the thought. She needed rest. The isolation and the pressure of creating had clearly gotten to her. But when she went to bed that night, sleep didn't come easily. She tossed and turned, her mind racing with strange visions of the woman in the painting, watching her from the darkness. The following days brought a sense of unease that Lena couldn't explain. As she continued to work on the painting, the woman's image began to change. Her features grew sharper, more defined. Her eyes seemed to shimmer with an unnatural light, and her expression, once neutral, became more intense, almost as if she were pleading with Lena, begging for something. Lena tried to ignore it, but the changes didn't stop. Every time she added to the painting, the woman seemed to become more lifelike, more present in the room. The atmosphere around the cabin grew heavier, as though something was watching her from the shadows. Strange whispers filled the air, but when Lena turned to look, no one was there. The visions started next. At first, it was just fleeting glimpses, shadows in the corner of her eye, a figure standing at the edge of the forest outside, but they grew more vivid. Lena would wake in the middle of the night to find the woman from the painting standing at the foot of her bed, her dark eyes fixed on Lena with a look that made her heart race. Sometimes, the woman would speak, her voice barely a whisper, repeating the same words over and over. "You must remember." Lena's mind began to unravel. She couldn't focus on her work. The lines between reality and the painting blurred. She started to lose track of time, not knowing if she had been painting for hours or days. The woman in the image seemed to control her thoughts, guiding her with a force she couldn't escape. She had to finish the painting, she thought. It was the only way to understand what was happening, to uncover the truth behind the woman's haunting presence. One night, as she added the final touches to the painting, something snapped inside her. The woman's lips twisted into a smile, a cruel, knowing smile, and the eyes, those dark, watchful eyes, seemed to come alive, glimmering with malice. Lena stepped back in horror. She felt a cold hand on her shoulder, and when she turned, there was no one there. Her painting had changed. It was no longer just an image. It had become something more. The woman on the canvas was now reaching out toward her, her fingers extending, as though trying to pull Lena into the world of the painting itself. Lena screamed and stumbled backward, but the woman's eyes, those terrible, unblinking eyes, stayed fixed on her. The room seemed to close in around her, the walls pressing in as the visions intensified, the air thick with an unspoken promise. In the final moments, as the cabin grew dark and the whispers became deafening, Lena understood. The painting was not just a creation, it was a trap, and now she was part of it. Story number 19, The White Room. When he first woke up, the white room felt wrong. It was silent, too silent. The walls were stark, the color of snow, and there were no windows, no doors. Nothing but white. His first thought was that he was dreaming, but there was no sense of sleepiness, no haziness that one might expect from a dream. Everything felt too real, too sharp in its clarity. He couldn't remember how he had gotten there. The last thing he could recall was nothing. There was nothing before waking up in that room. No memories, no past. His name, a blur. His life, a forgotten film reel, spinning wildly in his mind with no beginning and no end. He stood up, but there was nowhere to go. He walked around the room, his footsteps muffled by the soft, featureless floor. It was empty, save for him and the endless whiteness pressing in from every side. He searched for an exit, for a door, a window, any sign that there was something beyond the walls, but there was nothing. The walls were smooth and unyielding. Each day he woke up in the same place, the same empty room. There were no clocks, no calendar, only the passage of time as a vague, aching awareness. Every so often, there was a sound, a voice calling his name, but it was faint, distorted, as if coming from somewhere far away, unreachable. He tried to speak. His voice felt foreign in his mouth, as if he had forgotten how to use it. He wanted to ask questions, to scream for help, but there was nothing to say, nothing to ask. It was as though the room had taken his thoughts and turned them into something shapeless, something that slipped away as soon as he tried to grasp it. But things began to change ever so slightly each day. The walls, once perfectly smooth, began to crack. Small, almost imperceptible fissures appeared, running along the edges like hairline fractures in glass. He would touch them, but they were just cracks, not openings, not doors. Sometimes, there were faint shadows in the corners, moving like something alive, though when he looked directly at them, they disappeared. There were flashes, too. Faces, people. He couldn't place them, but they seemed to know him. They spoke to him in voices he didn't recognize. Their words were nonsensical, disconnected, as if they were all talking at once. But when he reached out to them, they vanished, leaving him only with the ringing silence of the room. And then came the dreams. At first, they were strange, disjointed scenes impossible to make sense of. But over time, the dreams began to feel more real than his waking moments. In them, he could feel the warmth of the sun on his face, hear the sound of laughter in the distance, smell the scent of something familiar. He reached for it, for whatever it was, but it slipped away, just like the voices in the shadows. He was losing himself, and he didn't know how to stop it. One night, or perhaps it was morning, it was impossible to tell. He woke up with the overwhelming sense that something had shifted. The room was the same, but it was different. The cracks in the walls had grown larger, the shadows in the corners thicker, and the air felt colder. He stood up, his legs trembling beneath him. His hands shook as he touched the walls, feeling the cracks run deeper under his fingers. The room wasn't just changing, it was changing him. He looked at his reflection in the smooth surface of the wall. The face staring back at him was not his own. He saw eyes that weren't his eyes, a mouth that didn't move the way he expected. For a moment, he didn't recognize himself. The person in the reflection was someone else, someone who belonged to this room, someone who was becoming this room. It was then that the voice came again, louder this time, clearer. "You know who you are," it whispered, though the words weren't spoken aloud. They crawled inside his mind, curling around his thoughts like tendrils. He tried to run, to escape the voice, but there was no way out. The room seemed to fold in on him, the walls closing in, the cracks widening until they threatened to consume him. He pressed his back against the wall, his breath quickening. Was this his mind? Was he trapped inside his own head, locked away in some terrible, unremembered place? Or was something else at work? Something far worse? Was there a reason he couldn't remember his name, his life? Was this room trying to erase him? The walls were no longer smooth. They seemed to ripple like fabric, shifting and pulsing with an unnatural rhythm. The shadows grew darker, stretching longer, until they were no longer shadows at all. He could feel them, pressing in on him, wrapping around him, pulling him deeper into the room. And then, a voice. His voice, though it sounded as if it were coming from far away. "You've always been here." The cracks in the walls spread, and the shadows reached toward him, pulling him in. He was no longer sure if he was awake or if he was simply trapped in a dream that had swallowed him whole. All he knew was that he couldn't remember anymore. He couldn't remember his name, his past, his life outside the room. And in that moment, he realized he was becoming the room. Story number 20, The Hidden Path. It was supposed to be a peaceful hike. Just a couple, tired of the noise of the city, seeking the solitude of the mountains. The weather was perfect, the air crisp with the promise of adventure. But the path they followed that day was nothing like the ones on the map. At first, it seemed like any other trail. A faint line through the trees, barely noticeable but still there, winding through the thick forest. They had been walking for hours, following the marked routes, when the sun began to sink low. And then they saw it, the path, overgrown and hidden behind tangled roots and brambles. It wasn't on the map. Neither of them had noticed it before. Curiosity led them down the trail. The trees were thicker here, their trunks larger, their branches weaving together, creating a canopy so dense that little sunlight filtered through. The air grew still, unnaturally still, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. The sound of birds, of rustling leaves, of the world around them, it had all disappeared. It was as if the forest had swallowed the usual noises whole. The further they walked, the more disorienting it became. The path seemed to twist and bend in ways that didn't make sense. Sometimes it narrowed and sometimes it widened. The trees, once still and rooted firmly in place, now seemed to shift around them. The branches creaked and groaned, as if they were alive, bending toward the couple. But whenever they looked up, the trees were as they had been, silent, unmoving. "Maybe we should turn back," he said, but his voice felt small in the stillness. The air was thick, pressing in on them. There was something wrong about the place, though neither of them could say what it was. But she didn't want to turn back. She was already too far gone, drawn forward by some invisible force. She grabbed his hand and pulled him along, deeper into the strange forest. The trail led them to a clearing, a sudden opening in the trees that felt like a breath of relief, until they saw the cabin. It was old, older than anything in the forest, even older than the trees. The wood was dark with age, and the roof sagged as though it could collapse at any moment. There were no windows, just narrow slits where glass had once been. The cabin looked abandoned, yet the silence around it felt unsettling, as if it had been waiting for someone to come. Inside, the air was damp, and the floor creaked beneath their feet. The walls were covered in strange symbols, drawn hastily in what seemed to be charcoal or soot. They were crude, jagged lines that twisted and crossed in impossible patterns. There was something familiar about them, though neither of them could place why. In one corner of the room, a small altar stood, covered in dirt and dust. The stone was cold to the touch, and something about it made her skin crawl. On the altar, an old, brittle book lay open, its pages yellow and fragile. She flipped through it, careful not to tear the paper, and found that it was filled with more of the strange symbols. The words were indecipherable, but the air in the room thickened as she read, the feeling of wrongness intensifying. A gust of wind howled outside, rattling the cabin. They looked toward the door, but it was still closed, the forest outside eerily quiet. They could hear only their breath, quick and shallow. He turned to her, his face pale. "We need to leave," he said, his voice shaking. She wanted to argue, to say they hadn't come all this way for nothing, but she couldn't. The unease was spreading between them now, like a sickness. Before they could move, the floor beneath their feet groaned, and a low rumble filled the cabin. The sound seemed to come from deep beneath the earth, a growl that shook the walls. They froze, unable to move, unable to speak. The door slammed open with a force that made them both jump. The light from outside, once soft and fading, now seemed unnaturally bright, casting long shadows into the cabin. In the doorway stood a figure, a woman. Her face was pale, her eyes black pits that seemed to swallow all light. Her hair was wild, untamed, and her hands, twisted with age, held something. A long, jagged knife, stained with something dark. "You shouldn't have come," she said, her voice like dry leaves in the wind. "The path was never meant for you." Before they could react, the cabin seemed to close in on them. The walls shifted, the roof lowering, and the floor began to warp. The trees outside began to move in a slow, rhythmic pulse, like something alive, reaching toward them, drawing them in. They turned to flee, but the path was gone. The forest, which had seemed like a simple place at first, was now a maze of dark shapes, closing in. The woman's voice echoed behind them, and from somewhere deep within the woods, something stirred, something that knew their names, that knew their fears. The path they had walked was not just a trail through the woods, it was a doorway, a door into something far darker than either of them could have imagined. And as they ran, the trees followed, and the forest whispered their names, trapping them in a nightmare that had no end.
Thank you.